Hello. Good day. Welcome to Feedback Friday, Art Edition. I'm your host, Jacob. Hello to all in the chat. Welcome. We're doing art today. We're drawing mice today. It's going to happen. I'm excited. I feel like it's been forever since I've illustrated a character, a mouse character on stream. So it'll be interesting. It will be for a new area that we haven't really talked about, so I'm going to try and keep it spoiler free. We'll see how well that goes, but it should be interesting. Hello, welcome. Hello, Farzan Music. Hey. Marksum Arctic A53. Hello, everyone in the chat, all around the world. Hello from Israel. Awesome. Hey, Jason. Emma Dallas, good morning. Good day. Excited for the spoilers. Yeah, though. So let's just jump into it. I have work to do. I was working on some various HUD stuff all this week, and I meant to get a little more done on the character. As you can see, not a lot going on for this character here, which is cool because that means we get to come up with the design together. Hello from the Philippines. Hello. All right. Can I use my awesome D&D skin in the new area? I think so. I'm pretty sure that might be a thing that could happen, but I'm not gonna say absolutely because that's not up to me to say. I mean, absolutely, you can arm it and use it. Will it be effective? Probably. But yeah, leave it at that. Miss my party bot. Prinskin after upgrading to the king bot. I know, right? No updates on kind of like how we're gonna kind of make that system a whole lot cooler. That'll be future stuff to kind of think about how we can manage that, but I know that's something that we've definitely been interested in, kind of like figuring out ways to change that, because there are just so many cool trap skins and stuff that, like, I don't know, like I wanna be able to use them. They're very cool, but they don't fit on the weaker of the traps, or sorry, the strongest of the strong traps. So you know what I mean. Talk about Ronza. She's here. Get your chrome bits. Stock up on toothlets, probably. I mean, you're absolutely welcome to share feedback. Art design. Okay. I mean, there wasn't like, I mean, yeah. If you wanted to chat about that, let's go ahead. For now, I'm gonna start scribbling a character because that would be probably good. Okay, we got time-lapse recording. All right, so for this character, I'm not gonna talk about who they are really too specifically, but I mean, I guess you'll be able to kind of glean some concepts perhaps as we work on it. But right now I'm just gonna try and kind of do some gestures of like what the character could be, because I don't really know exactly, but we'll just start by kind of like coming up with some loose kind of scribbles and see if we like where it's going. So the character themselves, I'm thinking they might have like a pet with them. So one idea is like a giant kind of lizard. Just because I think that'd be kind of interesting. The question is like, if we do kind of like have a an animal, we've done it before in MouseHunt for sure. It's like pigeon riders and like other animals like with the mice, but it's not a common thing. So just trying to kind of like conceptualize how that could look. And it's not critical of the character that it has like a pet with it. It's just kind of like a silly idea that might be kind of fun. So we'll see. I need to make them a little taller. So, out just kind of walking. Again, I'll try not to like divulge too many ideas. You know, we'll have more streams where we can get more and more spoilery. But we'll see. So the actual outfit for this character, I haven't decided kind of like what direction I want to go with. All right. Yeah, use your party bot in older areas during mapping. There is some stuff that will be very interesting that we're working on, that will allow for some fun gear setup. I'm not going to talk anymore about that because we'll see. But I'm sure when it happens, you'll have an idea about what that might be. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, need more mice with pets? Okay, good. Because I'm not sure if it's just like, it's kind of weird when you do it. But like, it's kind of fun too. Like, oh yeah, there's like the parrot. Apparently more birds. But yeah. Okay, good question. Curious, what's the process when drawing a new mouse? Do you get a prompt to base off of, or are you basing it off just the general description of the new area? It definitely is like a combination of those two. Mostly it used to be just a general idea of what the area theme is and just kind of coming up with characters to fit that. And that's probably for like 12, 13 years how we were kind of working on adding characters. For the most part. You know, most areas there is kind of like, we'll need like the boss, and we'll need a character that's specifically kind of designed for, you know, being the good loot dropper or something like that. So there'll be kind of like a general idea of kind of like what is the mouse's archetype, kind of like what is their role, loosely, and kind of like what is the overall theme, and then just kind of come up with stuff to fit. You know, a lot of it is like, oh, this will just be a fodder mouse, but like, or like, we often kind of talk about them as like tiers of power. You know, like, oh, this is the lowest tier. This is kind of like middle ground power, and etc. But more recently, we have been kind of like having more kind of like planning on the roadmap, and like, okay, we're gonna do, you know, 38 mice or whatever, and we need 4 of them to fit this group. We need 6 here. We need, one of each of these, and then we'll kind of come up with like a loose concept of what the names might be, and they're just kind of placeholder, but they give general idea. So this character does have kind of a bit of like a more specific role and name, but I'm not going to talk about it because that would kind of like reveal a little too much, perhaps at this stage. But it is a well kind of like conceptualized in terms of like its role in how it works mechanically, but it doesn't necessarily have like too much set in stone. Like we know the kind of like the idea of like theming, and we've kind of worked out a lot of the concepts for the actual like outfits and designs in general. So we have some strong theming. We know where it's going. But yeah, a lot of the characters like will kind of like be like, okay, I have like a name that's like loosely suggesting what it could be, but maybe I'll kind of like change the direction, and that tends to be all right. But a lot of us tend to be like, oh sweet, you did part of the work for me by just kind of like giving me a character with an actual kind of like name, idea, all that stuff. So yeah. Let's see. So there's like a couple of ideas that I might. Hello? Why is it not painting? Oh, accidentally locked transparency on the layer. Couple ideas of like directions for this character. Okay, so in terms of like personality, because I don't want to get into like too many specifics, and this is an oddly specific thing to kind of like suggest for the character, but they're probably not going to be the friendliest. They're not going to be a character you want to kind of necessarily be running into. So they're kind of like, oh no, not this mouse kind of thing going on with them. So I want to make them kind of like a bit more grizzled, and kind of like not the favorite of everybody, I guess. Let's see. The kite flyer, if you will, yeah, or shadow stalker vibes, yeah, that kind of like vibe, between the two, the kite flyer being just this monster of a mouse. No, they're not exactly like kind of gonna be bulwark kind of level, like awful to catch, but like yeah, it's not the one that you're after, I guess. It's the like kind of like uh-oh kind of mouse. So all right, I am gonna be like really loosely just kind of, let's see, I'm trying to like really be loose with it, just like really gestural. Okay, so actually I want them to be kind of like in patrol mode. They're like looking. They're like hunting or something like that, maybe. Not exactly, but the kind of like energy they're giving off. It'd be kind of fun if like the pet, if we do have kind of like it has like a lizard pet or something like that, if they're like buddy buddy, and it's like got its like hand on its head or something. Yeah, I want it. Okay, so I want it to be like walking, like mid stride perhaps would be best actually. So maybe the lizard is more kind of like behind character. It's an interesting challenge to get this gesture right. We'll see, we'll see, we'll see. The Sand Cavalry 2.0. Oh yeah, I forgot about yeah, there is one literally riding on a lizard, isn't there? That's right. Yeah, maybe they're related. Okay, I think it'll have a prop as well, like we'll see, we'll see. Okay, so if I put this arm and leg forward, it'll look more like it's kind of actually walking, so that'll be useful. Almost looks like it's in a bit of a jog right now, actually. Okay, I like this kind of like forward lurch. I think I'm going to accentuate that even more. It's like it just spotted something. It's like I'm on it, kind of vibe, right? Yeah, I don't want to be too spoilery about it. It's interesting and difficult to kind of like just have a kind of ramble where I'm like, okay, I don't want to like talk about that specific thing or that one. So okay, that arm is pretty long, but that might work. Bring the lizard up a bit. Yeah, I kind of like the idea of like this lizard is kind of like nudging its head up, like a dog or a cat, kind of getting pets, you know, leaning into the hand kind of thing. Oh, that's a good question. How far along is the programming side of areas when you start on the mouse art? So we definitely have like worked out prototypes when we start on the art. Um, we have kind of like the game design doc kind of figured out. We've basically done internal testing and play testing, where we know, oh yeah, that actually is a lot of fun and it's interesting. There's still lots to kind of like, you know, specifics to work out, but generally we want to have kind of like a really rough prototype that you can kind of play through, or at minimum, like an established concept that's kind of spec'd out in like a document where we can kind of reference any of the details so that we can kind of like, understand what is going to kind of end up happening. When we actually start the art is probably actually around the time that we actually begin the actual kind of code structure for it. And it's not always been exactly that, but generally there's a lot of art, and for an area there is like quite a lot of dev time, but also quite a lot of testing and kind of balancing and kind of like needing to get that gameplay figured out early so that we can make tweaks early enough that we're not locked in. So they kind of need to go hand in hand at the same time, just because there's a lot of art that usually needs to happen, and that can take quite some time. So yeah, it's probably at minimum we have like a workable prototype, where we can kind of like validate the experience. And if it's not kind of prototype worthy, then it at least have kind of like a well kind of figured out doc. But generally it's not a case of like, oh yeah, we have 40% of the like code structure fully ready. It is actually sometimes where we've kind of like started the art like just slightly before dev, but like not without it being kind of like, oh, 100% this is how it's going to be developed. Is just maybe the kind of like the teams are a little bit shuffled to not start the code structure just yet. But yeah, basically the art and coding go kind of hand in hand, because we can only make characters and HUD stuff so fast. It works out well because we'll be able to play it in the prototype, make adjustments there, and then when the actual kind of like it's being built, there's always kind of like some adjustments as it's kind of like being kind of like actually put together, that we're like, oh, we might need to kind of like adjust this and that, but the art is pretty much already kind of locked, in terms of like gameplay wise. We're not going to need to make any severe changes. It might be a case of like, oh, we're going to like swap some items, or kind of like the HUD would need, and it always kind of needs some kind of like tweaks and tunes as we kind of like figure it out. But that can happen all the way into like play testing, where essentially the character art and everything's done. It's just that kind of as we're kind of actually putting it through the rounds and like balancing things, we might be like, oh, actually we need to kind of like adjust this detail. So but yeah, basically to kind of poorly answer your question of how early on does the art start compared to the coding, they pretty much start at the same time. But that's definitely after like it's been like fully kind of resolved in terms of we know exactly kind of like how it's going to work and how we're going to code it and all that. It's just that those don't kind of like, yeah, ramble, make no sense. All right. Good question though. It's definitely an interesting kind of, because I imagine like different projects do things kind of like at a different cadence. But yeah, because we have more programmers and artists and stuff, and our releases tend to be very art heavy. What with kind of it being very visually kind of need lots of character illustrations per release, we need to make sure that we have kind of enough of a roadmap and timeline to do that, so that the art needs to kind of get going as soon as we know what we're doing with it. And the nice thing about how we kind of design stuff is that, you know, we can kind of like make gameplay adjustments, and the way we kind of like plan for that, it leaves plenty of room where the characters can adjust and fit pretty effectively. So it's not a huge concern when that happens. So one thing is I want to determine, are we going to need a landscape character for this? Which we might. That might not be a terrible way to handle the character. You know, like, because then we can have kind of like this, you know, character and its pet kind of walking along, perhaps in hot pursuit of something. I don't know. That leg is very far back. So that might be more ideal for this design, is to have a horizontal character. I tend to reserve those for like bosses, but you know, if the actual design calls for it, maybe I will kind of do that. It's like kind of a special mouse, but like not like one where you're like, oh, I want to get this special mouse kind of thing, you know? So it'll be interesting. I mean, I imagine you want to catch the mouse for sure, you know, but it's like not the goal, like this character at least. Yeah, exactly. All mice are for capturing. Exactly. But, yeah. Like, I think you understand what I'm getting at with it. Yeah, you'd rather not encounter. There you go. Yeah, you'd rather not encounter, but, like, definitely want to catch. But it's like, yeah, not the goal, but it's kind of one of those inevitable. Okay. Like, how extreme should I make this? I think I should try and push it a little bit more. Like we could, we could do the what was the name of it? The Sand Calvary character. I'm gonna look up that because I kind of vaguely remember it, but it's literally riding the lizard, right? Like. Okay. Sand Calvary knows. Yeah. Okay. I almost want to do kind of like the same idea. Like, what if... Okay, I'm gonna duplicate this, because I kind of think that there might be... something worth doing there. Alright, but what I want to do is actually have... Like, if it's like mid-run, that could be funny. lizards running is like a pretty wild thing to see. They like kind of lift their paws in like a really awkward way, don't they? Claws, I suppose, is probably the more appropriate word. Okay, I don't know how well I can draw a lizard kind of running and get that across. So that is one potential of having kind of the mount style. Mouse. Yeah, actually it is very much the costumed horse mouse pose, isn't it? Okay. Do a draw. I'll do a draw. Okay, okay. Good suggestion. Thank you. There we go. Alright, so that's a potential. Kind of fun. But it's literally like the costumed horse mouse like pose, isn't it? So another one. He did the draw. Thank you. It looks like the lizard horse thing that Obi-Wan wrote in episode 2. Absolutely. Some interesting. All right. So the mounted version, pretty good. Feels a little too much like the costumed horse mouse, perhaps. So the other idea would be it's actually like walking alongside. I do have kind of. I could maybe grab that. Just to kind of get the ball rolling. Yeah, I'm still thinking that I kind of might prefer the vertical one with it kind of like coming up beside it. Actually, I'm leaning into this pose here on the right. But I just wanted to explore the potential for the horizontal or sort of landscape kind of design. Okay, so I'll drop that shoulder. Okay, I kind of want this one to have a lead for the petya. So you can kind of like control the leash, if you will, by kind of like having it posed across two hands. Like the back hand kind of like, you can kind of adjust how taut it is in case it's like need to kind of like make sure the attack lizard doesn't kind of lunge on the target or something like that. That kind of vibe. Let's see. Okay. All right. So that pose is all right. The one on the right's more exciting and fun and silly, which is great. Actually, I kind of want to try like what if it's like kind of game warden vibe going on? Maybe it's like outfit is kind of like able to be more weathered. Yeah, I don't quite think that works. Okay. Actually, I think I want the lizard behind the mouse. Okay, so give him some scruff. Got your attack lizard ready to go. And like some kind of book thing strapped to its hip. Alright, so that's kind of an interesting character. Very long face. Kind of interesting there. Going back to these. Why do the hoods in MouseHunt have ear holes? I've never seen a hoodie with ear holes. It's unnatural. Cover his ears, please. It's a mouse hoodie. Yeah, mice have very big ears. I mean, they can definitely cover the ears with a hood if you want, but I don't know. I think it's fun. Yeah, exactly. There you go. There's a justification there. Pet hoodies have ear holes. All right. Let's see. Actually, I'm gonna do. There we go. I like to scribble on a bit more of a grayscale. It lets me do things like, I'm gonna add like an eye glow or something like that, and it's easier to kind of tell when stuff like that is happening. Can draw like attention to details, stuff like that. So if I wanted to kind of like be like, it's gonna have the lighting on kind of like the top or something like that, you can kind of use that gray. To make that easier to lay out. All right. Cool. Okay. I mean, the more I work on it, the more I'm kind of like, it's kind of working. did not intend for it to have glowing eyes originally. But it looks kind of neat, right? That's often the justification for things in character design. It looks neat though. But what if, because looks cool? Hmm? Yeah, the ear is probably pretty far off. Something more like that, maybe. Okay, so actually this isn't the worst. I don't know if I want to go with it exactly though. I'm actually wondering if I want to. Okay, so I want to fill the space better because there's just too much kind of empty space. So I could kind of like wrap this tail around. So that's not the worst. But I'm wondering if I should just kind of grab this character here as is, and then try to make this kind of pose here with the lizard kind of coming behind it and like turning it into the portrait version. So like this arm here having like the lizard's head coming around behind it. Let's use this side here. Like wrapping around the character here. Yeah, more of a Komodo vibe than a gecko. I'm okay with that. Big, powerful lizard seems like the right vibe. Okay, so what would it have in its hand? that. Okay, so the arm probably come down. And the, like, mouse legs, I kind of want them to be a bit longer too. More of a kind of like stomping in a direction kind of vibe. So many hearts in the chat, thank you. Already afraid to encounter this mess. That's what I want. Good. That lizard. Let's see, I should probably have lizard reference up again. Very sad looking. I want it to be sad looking. And to be hungry. Giving a V-shaped ridge from the nose bridge all the way to the back of the head. Give it more of an aggression. Yeah, you're right. Like, if it's kind of more angular feeling. We're at a crest. Honestly, or you're talking about the lizard. That makes more sense. But what if he's got a fun hood? Got a silly style to it. Too pointy. Okay, so yeah, the lizard. That makes more sense. All right. Nose bridge all the way to the back of the head. Yeah. Kind of like that vibe. I kind of want to make it a little bit cute though, even though it should probably be like, you know, like scary to run into, but also, what if cute though? I don't know. I just like to do weird things. Like it's actually just kind of like leaning and just getting pets, and the mouse is the one that's like, oh, not again. kind of look to it. Just like, yeah, friend. Yeah, angry mouse, cute lizard. Yeah, it's sticking its tongue out. Let's try it. We can figure that out. I kind of want that though. Okay, so for the lizard, all right, let's fix that pose a little bit. Give it kind of like a flat top to its face. I'm not used to drawing lizards, so please bear with me here. Give it kind of like, I should probably like draw it geometrically before I try and kind of like add details, just to kind of make sure that the shapes are actually working. So we got like, yeah, I want it to kind of like push up into the mouse, kind of like it's nuzzling. I think that'd be kind of cute if it feels like it's nuzzling. So move the eye more to the top, and like we really get kind of like under the jaw. And then if it's like pushing off the ground, that'll help with the kind of like that kind of like nuzzling. And then like we could even like do a cute like raised paw here, where it's like not now, Deborah. I need to file this report. Exactly. That's exactly it. That's the vibe I want to go for here. Although, like, not ignoring the cute lizard, but more like, all right, we got a job to do. Come on, Deborah. Just like giving scritches on the way. I don't want it to look like it's like dragging. I think the hand on the top of the bridge of the head is probably a good spot. Because then it does look like it's kind of like leaning into a pet. think that pose is a lot more interesting and dynamic feeling. Get the mouse tail kind of on alert, right? Well, both the tails going in opposite directions feels kind of posed. Not sure. If you scratch the back of her head, then its arm should go lower and not be that straight angle from a shoulder. Yeah, I'm kind of wondering if it's more like has arm out and then Deborah's like shoving up into it, lifting the arm. But yeah, that's probably a fair point about that. Let's see. So arm should be, yeah, so like more relaxed. I do want the mouse to feel like they're kind of stressed out. They're like focused on something else right now. But yeah, I don't want them to feel like they're kind of like shoving off of Deborah and like standing up using Deborah's noggin. So let's. Okay, I kind of like what I have here, but I'm gonna try adjusting the arm here just to see. It's like something like that might be a little more natural feeling. Less like stay down, more kind of like, yeah, actually that might be better. This is definitely not quite right. I think maybe if I like lean the character even more. Get more of this kind of like shape going on here. Actually, I kind of want the hand to be like right at the front of the muzzle. I'll definitely need to work on the lizard's face. Not the best. Sorry, Deborah's face. My bad. I apologize. I like how we named the lizard like instantly. Guess that means it needs to be in the illustration, huh? Yeah. Classic MouseHunt. Okay. Try and get more kind of shapes working together. This is tail. Let's see. Yeah, I like the idea of it like kind of Komodo dragon-esque. Kind of monitor lizard vibes. Let's see. Mouse's tail. Do we try to figure out where that would go? I feel like it would be like dragging on the floor even. Maybe like that. He's like under, weighed down by the ropes, and then of course the lizard like leaning up against him would just kind of like tuck it in. So I think that makes more sense that way. Do we need to see the tail? No, technically no. I tend to like make a point to include it in illustrations, but you're right, we don't actually need to see it. I think, like, if anything, just having kind of like a little nub of it might work. Yeah, we'll have to kind of see silhouette-wise if that works. This would be easy enough to just kind of get rid of it, and that might be for the best. Some lizards' tails can fall off. Maybe this mouse doesn't have one. Okay. Fix this arm a bit. Alright, let me do a layer on top, see if I like the actual kind of pose. So we got kind of like see just how broken this is. I'll use green. Okay, so we got torso. shoulder is pretty high. I could drop it down. So this hip on the right is kind of lifting. Okay. Okay, I think the hand can kind of be a little more foreshortened if we want. Yeah, this shoulder raising makes sense with the kind of lizard kind of shoving up into the arm. So I want to drop the shoulder more over here. And then if we want this leg up front here is kind of like holding the weight, so it's kind of lifting. No, actually the back foot would be the one that's pushing off. So it's the one that is kind of like pushing up, which works with the back shoulder because then they're contrapposto. So that works. So the left shoulder is raising up, left hip is dropping down because they're stepping off with their back foot and kind of like lurching forward kind of thing. So this back arm, I'm going to drop it. Do I want to rotate it at all? I think actually like tucked in is more kind of natural looking, but I kind of think that this forward angle feels a little more kind of like, no, I can't turn that on. All right. Forward kind of leaning angle, the more kind of sticking out, feels a little more kind of like intent. So I think that works. Okay. Yes. All right. So I'm going to fix this back arm here. Oh yeah, I should do one for Deborah too, you're right. Alright, let's see. Deborah. Are you totally broken? Probably. Okay, so... okay. Tubes. Under the neck here is gonna kind of rotate. So this shoulder would be going up while this shoulder is going down. So I think that works with it kind of like lifting this paw. I'd say it's kind of just pretty relaxed pose. Yeah, I think that is acceptable. Ish. Need to make tweaks and stuff, but we haven't even gotten to kind of like the like detail pass at all. Like this is still sort of gestural. We're cleaning it up, but it's not like what you see is what you get right now. Like, we can make a lot of adjustments to things. Give like a stronger bridge to the nose there. Like, I really want to get like under that chin. Okay, I think that's kind of working. So we have a bit of a kind of like square looking kind of thing going. So I'm wondering if we want to tweak that somehow. Okay, I do like this illustration though, so I'm gonna say we're going for this one. Okay, so I'm gonna move this to the top. I'm gonna fill this space a bit more. But yeah, like, see how cramped it is horizontally, and it wouldn't really make the biggest difference if it's, well, it is better. And I could fill it out horizontally easier. So there is still merit to doing this version. Right? So if I rotate the canvas, that's the wrong direction. Sorry. It's probably going to do it wrong again. Okay, there we go. What is the status of the saxohorn, the hunter's horn that Giorgio has promised? Great question. You'll have to harass Giorgio about that relentlessly. And then you'll probably figure it out there. Yeah. Good, 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 good. I am also curious as to the status of it. Mouse-sized legs are placed in weird spots. Oh, mouse side leg. It could be, yeah. Well, that doesn't work anymore. This will be an interesting time lapse because I've rotated the canvas. I don't know what happens with that. I should look up Komodo dragon. Deborah the dragon. Yeah, they often like have this kind of like side gate thing going on, which is pretty neat. Okay. Well, now that we've blown it up a bit, we can kind of figure out more details, get stuff settled. Let's actually try and kind of resolve things, make it make sense. Yeah, we have half an hour before I go on lunch, and then my plan is to kind of build up this sketch to the point where I'm like, okay, this is all good for rendering. Maybe even lay in the flats by that time. So what do we have going on for this outfit, I wonder? I got some robes happening. Actually want that to be like a sash. Did you win Best in Show for your dragon? Well, I guess Deborah should be wearing a sash if that's the case. Deborah, should you have a sash? Probably. Mess with that hood a bit. I mean, do we actually want that to be a hood? I don't know. Maybe I will experiment a bit. So if we could have a hood tucked back. I experimented with that. See if that works. While having this mouse kind of like leaning forward. Tiny little eyes, beady mouse eyes. Not quite right. Move the ear a bit. Does that work better or worse? Let's see. I do like that kind of laid back hood. It's kind of interesting that way. Kind of got a bit of a gut. Okay. I could have the sash going the other way as well. That might work. If I have there be a gap there, that might be ideal. Okay. Okay, this rolled up paper, maybe I'll change that. What would they be waggling menacingly? Okay, so one thing about the character is they're a stickler for the rules. I'll say that. Kind of a not on my watch kind of vibe with this character. So let's see. The rule book itself. That's what it'll have. This is a new mouse for the upcoming permanent area. I haven't revealed who it is really. It's kind of a like bit of a mystery that we're working on together. Like I know who and what the character is, but I'm kind of withholding details, if you will. So So it's definitely kind of something to speculate over. Should be interesting. Of course, all the many, many spoilers I will reveal after lunch is over to kind of see who manages to stick around for that. You know, jokes. I won't actually be trying to spoil anything. Yeah, maybe they have the rule book. Should be like a tome. Now, are they going to the left or to the right? I think actually I would want them going to the left because a lot of the time in kind of media, progression is going to the right. So if this character is going to the left, they're kind of like blocking progression. Not what this character is mechanically or anything, but like the vibe that I'm kind of giving it. So let's flip you this way. Oh, could also be wearing an onion on its belt as it was the fashion at the time. Actually, yes. That'd be pretty great. Onion on the belt as it was the fashion at the time. Thank you, Simpsons. Maybe it's a snack for Deborah, I don't know. Probably don't want to be eating onions. There you go. Onion on the belt. Rules. Is that your name? Or is that your doctrine? Got the rules book and I'm gonna smack you with it. Okay, so I think that's kind of the vibe. I think having the mouse's toes kind of poking out from under the robes here is a good idea as well. That might be confusing. I don't need the toes sticking out, but we'll go with that for now. Wouldn't that be in the Mouse rune language? I mean, I'm probably not going to have that written on it, but maybe. Yeah, we can tweak it. Let's see. Never did do that. Let's see if I can do this on the fly. Probably not. Probably not. It's my best attempt at it on the fly. I'm probably very off with it, but technically probably wouldn't make sense for that to be on there anyways. But it looks kind of cool, so just go with that. Why not? All right. Okay, so what do we think of this character here? It's Best Bud Deborah. So I can give her some highlights here. I kind of want to make her a little more fantastical, whimsical, a little bit. See what we can do. Give her like a plume, axolotl plume. Make her more dragon. What kind of fun stuff could we do? Also, I think this leg here, I kind of want it to be kind of like elbow out a bit more, because right now it's elbow in, and based on kind of like my incredibly in-depth research, it seems like they got their elbows out. That might look a little more lizard-like for it to kind of, instead of sticking it like that, a little more like that at least. Such in-depth research I've done, what with kind of like initial Google image, and that's it. It's like off on another tab. So it's done. Listen, me properly prepare for a stream and like gather resources that I'll probably need. That'd be too smart. Okay. Yeah, there's a little bit of a play with the characters here. between the two. I think that they complement each other in a nice way. Give them like some wispy hairs, just make them look even more grizzled. But yeah, I think that they're fun. They're a fun duo. Makes it more interesting, I think. So we have 10 minutes left before I go on my lunch break. And I think that I'm pretty happy with the initial design, to the point that I think we could probably start blocking it in, and then we can do kind of like the silhouette test, make sure that we're happy with it. Now it did turn into a landscape illustration. I think that'll be okay though. Like again, there's no hard rule where it's like, oh no, it's not allowed, only bosses or something like that. That's certainly not a steadfast rule. And it's a bit of a kind of special character, kind of, sort of. Maybe. Not really. Sure. I'll figure that out in the blocking in of the silhouette. Yeah. Cool. Alright, I'm gonna give that a save since I haven't yet. You know how it goes. And then remember to hydrate. I realize I'm very thirsty. Okay. Yeah, let's block it in. I think by blocking it in, I'll be able to kind of like reveal if there's any kind of weirdness with the silhouette. I should just merge that down. There we go. All right, there we are. So now we're just going to grab any color. Doesn't actually matter. And we're just going to block it in. So it's easier to read. The robe to be on a different layer. This hand will probably be on a separate layer. Although, actually, looking at it, I should be able to do the mouse on top of the robe. So that might be the easiest way to handle that. Yeah, I'll do that. Okay, so the robe is going to be behind that. Let's just go for like purple. Why not? No, let's go more earthy. We'll go with that. Again, color doesn't really matter at this stage. We can just replace it with the actual color when we determine it. Okay, for this, should I do a multiply right now? Nah. Keep it on normal. Okay. The highlights would just vanish if I did multiply, so that wouldn't be too useful. Okay, we got 3 minutes. I don't think I'll get the block end done, but I don't mind taking a few minutes extra cutting into the lunch just to kind of get that stage behind us. So let's just do that. Okay, so this mouse, I have to erase away a bit more. Alright, got that. Let's do our sash. Also, I'm going to use that layer type, making it a draft layer so that when I'm like selecting, I'm not grabbing the shadow or highlight color that's in the sketch. Alright, so for the draft, or for the sash, I'll just kind of lighten it up. Actually, let's go purple. Yeah. Blue? Sure. Doesn't matter. Nah, it's not the right color. We'll go with that for now. toes. Okay, it is now 1 o'clock. Should really just be a layer underneath, but it's fine. It's fine. All right. So, lizard, Debbie, you'll be a layer back there, and we'll go with kind of like maybe like that kind of color. Yeah, maybe even more brown. A little too similar to the mouse. We'll change the mouse though, because I think this is better for Debbie. Whatever is best for Debbie. Or Deborah, sorry. Deborah! Okay, and then 1 layer behind. Cool. Okay, so definitely gonna have to change some colors, but we pretty much have it blocked in. Just do this real quick. I actually like the potential of the shadow being kind of forward like this and having like the light coming from the back. That might look nice. We'll have to see about that. Alright, but that's kind of it blocked in. There's definitely some tweaks I want to do, but it's an interesting character. To start. Okay, So giving it a save. I'm gonna go on lunch. Uh, I will be back at 2 o'clock my time, so that's like 56 minutes. But for now, let me get time lapse going. I'm gonna stick this down in the corner. And get the time lapse set. So I'll put up a timer. You know exactly when I'm gonna be back. But yeah, I'll take my lunch. Okay, so it does show it horizontally, and there's room for it to be flipped. That's an interesting way to handle that. Now we know. Cool. Okay, I'll be back soon. Thank you. All right, until then. Oh, well, hello there. Right. Lunch is done. Yeah. Alright, sorry, just responding to some stuff in work chat. Alright. Should be good for now. Okay, so where we left off, we were blocking in the sketch, and I had some thoughts around kind of tweaks I might want to make. Alright, Charlie. What are you doing? Oh, you're coming onto my lap because I'm in front of the camera again. Got it. Gotta get on that lap. Alright. So, I think I want to tweak the Deborah's face. I was kind of looking up more references, and I'm just like, it's not very good. What's that? So I'm actually going to just duplicate this because it feels safer to do so. Yeah. Yep. She's already like snoozing. And she does. Alright. So I might just put a layer between the color just to make it easier to see what I'm doing. Okay, so one of the things that I was thinking was I want to push the design a little bit more. And I was thinking of if you've seen, like, I don't know why I thought of this character, but the Fern Gully lizard. I don't want it to be like that exactly, but it's kind of got like a really like big kind of jaw, and I thought that kind of a direction is at least a little more fun and interesting. Maybe for the Fern Gully one, it's reminds me of those aliens from Sesame Street, who like ring, blah 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 kind of characters. So that's a potential kind of idea there. It's a little more kind of like whimsically fun, potentially. But ultimately, I want to keep this upward angle, and I don't think I want it to be just this like big pelican kind of neck thing going. But I do want the top of the head, because like right now it's like very just kind of like, hello, I am a lizard. Wah. Like it feels kind of meh, but I'm thinking if I kind of change it to be more extreme with the proportions, where like the bottom jaw is like just taking up quite a bit more, and it's like more kind of smushed. It's a little more interesting, like especially if the neck is kind of like shoving up. Like teeth, make it a little more imposing, that kind of vibe. It's a little more dragon, which is fun. Again, like, I want it to be inspired by stuff, but I don't need it to be like... Actually, I'd prefer it not to be too realistic. Just because it kind of takes away from the whimsy if it's like too real world feeling. And sometimes I fall into that that space, and I don't think it kind of works as well necessarily if it's too lifelike, you know. Pull up actual reference of lizards though. Yeah, I'm thinking like monitor lizard is the angle. Oh yeah, Larry link. Got a Larry link to share. Let me grab that. Where are you? There you are. Also, thank you, Michelle. Just make sure it works, you know, important. Sweet. All right. That's a good one. Boop. It's in the chat. Oh, I gotta get off the beanstalk. Charm. Burner charm. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, I want to push this even further. So let's try like just to the extreme. Just totally flat top of the head. Reference. Okay. Dinosaurs. I mean, that's kind of the vibe that I'm looking for almost. Just make it a little more fantastic and interesting, you know. Like I am tempted to just give her some flair, you know. Exactly, like I want that like cuteness to it still. But like kind of like is that gonna take my hand off vibe at the same time? Kind of creepy cute, if you will. I'm gonna push that even further. be what works. Okay, that might have been at its limit there. Yeah. What is, let's see. Okay. Probably not that. Alright, yeah. I was just like, what does a manticore look like again? It might be a little much. Not quite necessarily the right direction, but very interesting. Okay, so that's even more like cute and happy vibe going, which I like. So I think I'll use this sketch here in place. Yeah, that's much cuter. Okay, let's see. Sorry, OG Deborah. Oop. This might actually help with the silhouette as well. We can kind of get the back of the robe. A little more kind of separation of our shapes will definitely be useful here. And I'm actually tempted to like get that arm even further back now. We'll have to adjust our block in, but I think it might be worth it. So like if I rotate the torso, get this shoulder and arm back, that might be good, but still like the character look swiveled and turning in that direction to the extreme, right? I think that would be good. Also, I'm thinking might unwisp the full beard. No. Kind of like at one point I threw glasses on the character. I'm kind of like, oh, maybe I actually should bring that back. So if If I want to get like a rules stickler kind of mouse, maybe I need that. Okay, so let's try rotating the torso a bit. Okay, and the main reason I was thinking of doing that is to get like a gap in the elbow, which might help with the silhouette. Just because if I take all of these, I do this, the silhouette could be stronger. Now with the new sketch, that would be a little bit different here and here. But still, if there's like a little bit of a gap in the elbow, I think that'll be even better. So, plus, I think it kind of starting angled at us might be interesting for the pose. I mean, it's worth a shot. So, how I should do that is the question. Grab the arm. Just try moving it over. I wish I could hide this bar while I'm adjusting stuff. Shrink it down just a bit too. Will it be enough? It might not. It will also help with the like contrast between the characters here. I think that should be a useful thing. have a better read with that. Okay, so if we rotate this torso a little bit to turn towards us, that also lets us adjust the sash here. Sure if you picked up on that, but it does seem relevant to the character's design. Also, let's give it a flip. Okay, I think the head itself can shift back just a smidge now. It's probably better. Okay. Yeah, I think I like that better. Also, I think for the for Deborah's leg, I think I want to adjust this outer one a bit to make it like lower. That feels a little better to me now. So there's this good lean happening now. There's like more gaps for the silhouette to kind of like make use of. Kind of making this character a little leaner. might adjust this arm here as well. Could depend on what I actually want to do with the outfit, to be honest. I'm not sure I know what I want to do with the outfit. I feel like that's actually maybe something I need to figure out right now before I kind of block in more. So, let's see if we can kind of like dig into it a little bit more. This might get into a bit of theming stuff. I'm trying to avoid it, but it will be inevitable. So I just don't know if it'll need to kind of like really express itself in this character, which is why I chose them. Because a lot of the other mice are like very, very heavily themed. But this one isn't going to need it as much. Give us the spoilers. Okay. Just trying to think of the best way to kind of like dig into just the surface layer of it. Let's see. Okay, well I do want to adjust this arm while I think about that. Yeah, I definitely like dropping that shoulder significantly. Feels more dynamic. I'd say the onion on the belt is a pretty good direction. Pretty solid. I think I'll dress the character up just a little bit more. Instead of being like a kind of just draped, tattered robe, I want them to be a little more put together. Okay. Yeah, I like the the weight of the details. I'm gonna try and lean into that even more. The kind of like big kind of flats at the bottom, more tight details at the top in these triangular shapes, and like leading the eye in that direction. Alright, so let me get this hand, and I like it kind of actually just like resting on her there, like a finger right there might be nice. That seems like nice and gentle and calm, I think, maybe. Actually, you know what? With the arm out, it's even more kind of like actively kind of like, hey, the rules. Listen. Listen, but do you know about all the rules? Because let me tell you. There's no running in this hall. There we go. No diving. No running by the pool. Might slip and fall or get eaten by a dragon. Very important. Closed toe footwear only. Must wear hard hat at all times while in the construction zone. Please keep your hands and arms and legs, limbs, tails, ears within the vehicle at all times. Please wait for it to come to a complete stop before trying to go for your luggage. You know, that kind of vibe. Okay, so what else? What else? A stickler, if you will, indeed. Yes, this is the stickler mouse, if ever there were one. I think this might be it. Um, I like that new Varmint Valley expansion. Give it a sheriff badge. No. I'm the only law around here. There we go. Now you know they're official. I'm gonna put this on another layer. Jokes. No, it's not a law. Mouse. That is... I don't want to lead you too far astray. Like cowboy hat. That is not at all a cowboy hat. How to draw. There we go. That's not at all it. Alright. Well. That didn't work. But no, it's not a claw shot. Waggling the book, like follow the rules kind of thing. Alright. So we could like make the outfit a little more classy too, maybe. Or like, what if a safety vest? Would be kind of funny though. Maybe I can kind of get that look in the design somehow. Give it like the like safety reflective kind of tape band on like the trim or something like that. Let me look up a safety vest. Yeah, okay. So I can kind of like work that idea into the design and just kind of like make it fit a little bit maybe. But like still make it kind of like fit the proper aesthetics for the area, but like it still is like, wait, is that a safety vest that it's wearing? Like, am I crazy? Okay, that's fine. Okay, I think I can make that make sense. But like, I don't want it to be obviously a safety vest, and I want it to be more obviously like on theme with the actual area's ideas, but there we go. A little fun detail. Okay, so that might actually be best wrapping all the way around. Okay, anything else I want to change before I go back to locking in colors? How do we feel about Deborah? Does she look like she fits? Anything we want to change? Give her wings. I kind of want to give her wings. Like, kind of more like dragony scales and stuff like that would be more interesting, I think. She needed a safety. You know what? Genius. Thank you, Dallas. All right. I'm gonna look up dog safety vest because that's more likely to exist than a dragon, just to see like how a quadruped might wear dog safety vest. Okay. Yeah, we'll try it. Deborah the safety lizard. She's on duty. Okay. This is why I stream. For these moments where it's like, okay, well, this is how we're going. I'm gonna try and figure this out. Okay, you know what? First, I'm gonna duplicate this layer. I feel like I'm gonna be like, nope, doesn't work, but just to be sure. Is ridiculous, and it might totally take away from the actual like design, but you know what, gotta explore that potential. I will be including in the upload that it's very important that the lizard's name is Deborah. Why that's super important, I couldn't tell you, but you know, other than that's what her name is. So that is pretty relevant, I suppose. Safety lizard. Does this look like what you would expect a lizard safety jacket would look like? I don't know. Is that a question that anybody could answer? Yeah, it depends on the coloring. That's right. Yeah, like the orange and like silver, I think is gonna kind of like make that work. Um, so that would be the make or break there. I just want to give her a bib now, like or like a bobbin or whatever the bonnet. I think that's what I was trying to think of. Give her like, would this work? I do kind of want her to have her own sash. If we don't end up going with like the vest, at minimum she should have a sash. They should have whistles around. Oh, that's genius. Okay. Brilliant. Okay. Very, very good. Okay. I do kind of want the mouse to be like basically using the whistle. No running. Peter's thinking. Looks like it's just eating the whistle. Probably need to adjust the look of it. Delicious whistle. Okay. You just stick like whistles in its nostrils or something for the lizard. Yeah, Charlie? Okay. Awkward. Yeah? Okay, gotta be back on my lap. That's right. Okay, so for the mouse blowing in a whistle, I think I need to kind of like give it more of the like the cheeks. Also, I think the angle was too steep on the top for the mouse angle. Make it a bit smaller too. Okay. I kind of want the book like barely in the grasp and then like finger pointing. I think that'll be even better. Maybe even move the book further over. about to drop the book. Okay. And alright, well, it has progressed to be a lot more specific from where it was before, so I'm okay with that. This will make for a better silhouette as well. That is very important. Still got the onion on the belt. We can make the onion look a little better too. Was the style at the time. Okay, what else? There's like no way she can actually use this whistle, but hi Charlie. Okay. You know? You wanna be on camera? Come say hello. Good kitty. You gotta trim your claws. Digging into my shoulder. Yeah, I know. little purring motor. Alright. Gotta adjust that. You're stuck to my shirt. That claw. Yeah, you're definitely gonna get some trims. Trim those nails. Alright. Okay. The whistle is just such a ridiculous idea. I love it. And hey, Norm put it out there, so you know what? It's gotta keep it now. If it does suggest stuff in the stream, it's gotta be, like, you know, kept. We never make jokes or suggest weird things. It's perfect. Yeah, she was trying to mimic the painting. Alright. Kind of like the idea of the like safety pattern being almost like a tabard kind of vibe. So it like comes down. Kind of play with the patterning just to make it a little bit less like purely safety vest and more kind of like inspired by. Have a good lunch, Alex. Okay. Alright. I know we've been kind of like coming back and tweaking the sketch quite a bit, but I actually think it's been useful. I feel better about the character's design. Yeah. Safety vest, cowboy hat, we're halfway to the village people. Yeah, put like police cap on and yeah. Getting there. Okay. I think I'm pretty happy with where the sketch is now, to the point where I think we could go back to blocking it in. And you know, I don't want to spend the entire day just working out a sketch, but it's been good. It's been good. All right. we're definitely gonna have to tweak the fill that we have for the character already. Not that it was like finished anyway, so it's not a big deal. Let's turn that back on, and it has moved a little. Quite a few things have, in fact, which is fine. Alright, I'm going to bring the sketch down again. 30% is good. This is the mouse. Let's just start there. We'll go warmer. Alright, let's actually overpaint it. Just that way we can just kind of make sure we have everything in it first and then erase away. That's one of the things about doing Feedback Friday is I don't ever really know where it's going to end up. Like, I didn't expect to go this far into kind of like safety dance territory, but it is pretty good. As long as I can make sure it fits with the rest of the cast, that'll be kind of interesting. But it is already intentionally a bit of an outlier for reasons. So yeah, like I don't want it to feel like too modern. Like I'm potentially going to change the whistle design, because right now it feels very kind of like modern whistle, and I think I could do like a more kind of whimsical kind of whistle that might fit the universe a little better, the angle we're going for. Deborah is looking very good. Actually, I don't need to... No, I do need to erase where the eyes are, because this hand is on top. Alright, let's get Deborah painted in. Quite a lot of overpainting. Hello again, Charlie. Be on my lap. Very important. Must always be at least one cat on lap at all times. I'm not using my hard-edged eraser. Whoops. Hopefully that won't cause any issues with the silhouette. Yeah, I was worried I wouldn't be able to capture that look for Deborah, where she's like really just affectionately kind of leaning, you know. I feel like that's kind of a critical element to this character's wonderful contrast to the mouse. Just making her feel very friendly, but also like she fierce. Whereas the mouse, I'm gonna kind of like have that more kind of like grumpy quality. Like they're always in a bad mood, never a good time. Just there to give you a hard time. Okay. Some interesting points by Norm about the whistle design and how it would fit in the area. I'll definitely keep that in mind. It's good points. Good points. Again, I keep switching brushes. Gotta be careful about that. All right. Okay, we're going to take a look at the silhouette very momentarily. I feel like, I don't know if that claw is in the right spot. Like, I'm thinking like cat paws with the dew claw and stuff, but I don't know, maybe more kind of off to the side. I guess that's also a very cat claw, but you know, it'll work for around there. For the silhouette there, if I use that. Okay, so I want to get the outfit now. I kind of want to lean more orange. Oof. Okay, you know what? I'll leave like the trim and stuff to be that kind of more orange. Let's see. I think for the value structure of it, having let's see. File, gonna do grayscale. All right, so yeah, I want the actual like mouse's outfit to be kind of like dark robes, having the mouse itself and Deborah kind of the midtones, and then we have our highlighted kind of vest and other details, and that'll have a nice structure to it, I think. So we'll go for a darker road color. Now, when I'm doing blocking in, I don't want to go too dark. Just because it makes it harder to see the sketch. So let's go for, well, even the brown isn't a terrible color, but if I go a more, I'm just trying to think of the color structure for the characters. Okay, I think that I will stick to like a really kind of neutral color for now. We'll just use this. Again, we can change the actual color at any point, so we just need to block it in. Making sure I'm using the correct brush to do so. Ah, that's what was going on with that. I will adjust. Very good. Okay. Better. All right. The sash has been shifted. Okay, okay. That's going to need to be above the mouse. All right. Getting close. And the layer back here. So one thing I want to try and use a little more frequently or be more mindful of is kind of like contrasting edges. where like on one side if you can get a straight edge, on the other side you want a curve. And just by kind of like combining those elements, you can create a little more visual interest in things. So that's like the actual silhouette edges, but there's also other ways that happens with like shadows, having kind of like one part of it kind of softly blending and the other part of it have kind of like a harder edge to it. Just by creating those kind of like points of contrast, you can just kind of get more visual interest in stuff. And I want to kind of work on getting more of that in my stuff. It's a useful kind of trick. Okay, so like for example, instead of just doing these like simple triangles, I could have like one side be a little more curved and the other side be like nice and straight and flat. And then like deciding where the kind of like weight of that should be can kind of add a little bit of something as well. Like it being kind of fatter towards the end or towards the base of it kind of thing. So if we have it kind of rounding towards the end, kind of weightier at the end, I think that creates a more gentle kind of character. And also I want a little bit of rhythm with these, but like not evenly spaced out either. So some repetition, but like not a locked in pattern. It's just a little bit more interesting that way. I don't want it to have like sharp edges either. I want things to be softer and round because that makes it more gentle. If you have like sharp points, then that gets more aggressive feeling. Debbie here is a softie. Probably have done these on a different layer, but it is what it is at this point. Okay. So I'm actually thinking of using this layer back here for this part of Deborah. There we go. Makes it easier to detail the robes without getting in the way. I'll get rid of that distracting detail. Okay, so what else do we got? we'll have the vest itself, we have the book, the whistles. But I think right now we can kind of get an idea of the silhouette real quick, just to see that it is kind of a little more understandable-ish. Okay. I bring her hip down. Sweet. Alright, let's get the book, let's get the whistle, let's get the vest. Start with the vest. And I'm just gonna go for it with like an orange because it makes sense. But I'm not sure that that's the color we'll end with. But I want to see it. Also, the overlay white in this sketch kind of makes it a bit harder to see what's actually going on right now, but I'll stick with it for now. See how different that orange is. Okay, and then on the mouse, we're gonna have the same orange. It's probably gonna look atrocious. It'll be great. And we definitely don't need it to be like safety orange for this to get across. Actually, I think I'll just clip that layer. Okay, it feels a little bit less tabard than I might want it to. Maybe if I do something like that. Okay, that might work where it's like the outfit's trim kind of vibe. I think that's the direction I need to go in. And then the orange still does work for it then. Yeah, okay. That's a little better. Yeah, I think that's how I want to do it. Make it incorporate into the vestments. Cool. Yeah. That seems like it works better than I expected. Gotta get that reflective beam going across. It's a key part of the design. Let's get the book in though. What is the OSHA book color? Is it the little green book? The little blue book? You know, there's like a safety book and it's referred to as like the little color of book. People in the film industry talk about it. That and apple boxes. Alright. Alright. Let's see. Ooh. Take a look at the silhouette again. Yeah, okay. I did mess up the not using my fully opaque brush. Got me right there. Thankfully, the silhouette technique helps define those issues. Get rid of that. I was like, why is the sketch being weird? Mystery solved. Same thing happening with Deborah here. Oh my goodness, this orange with this green. This will be interesting when I actually go to grayscale. They look like they're gonna vanish into each other because they're like the same value but different colors, which is why they're clashing so hard. Yeah, look at that. They're practically blind to each other. That's what you get. That's what you get. Alright. So I'm going to darken this. Be a little more autumn orange, perhaps. And then the silverish, instead of being like blue silver, we could do like a kind of brassy silver maybe. Because that makes sense. Let's turn the sketch down even more. When I show this to the art team on Monday, I'll be like, listen, you know, it doesn't really fit with the rest of the characters. You can blame the chat and Norm for this. And just the tool that created it? I don't think that's the right word I want to use for it. Just following orders, you know? Suggestions. Can always blame Norm. It's true. It's true. It's great like that. Yeah, specifically one of the goals was to actually make this character stand out from the others in terms of outfit. Like, there is actual mechanical reasons for having that distinction. So this works. Like, I didn't want to kind of rely on the same kind of color schemes. This certainly is going against that. Going against the other characters' color scheme. So it works. It works. Just not where I expected it to go exactly, but I dig it though. This is part of the fun of this universe, is it gets kind of wonky. But like, I think I can still make the aesthetics right. Even though I am making it into a ridiculously massive safety robe, I think it's gonna fit. I think it'll work. It just kind of goes into more of why I think the other mice don't care much for this one. Just playing into that. Yeah, having like a warning symbol of like, this mouse was created on stream MouseHunt and affiliates are not responsible for the creations. Come out of the mad minds of the stream chat. Do another layer for like the shadow pass. Don't think we're really ready to get into that, but I'm gonna go more color into it. Yeah. Boop, boop, and there we go. We'll do like a really rough shadow pass, I think. Really rough. In fact, I think I want to do this as a grayscale pass. We should probably get rid of this background color there, just so that it's more actual MouseHunt color there. Alright. Oof. Cool. Okay. So let's turn off the sketch for a second, just to see what we see. I think it's working. And when I get the, rendering on Deborah, probably change either Deborah or the mouse to kind of be like slightly different value structures. Add some highlights to things. We're going to be in pretty good shape. Actually, I kind of want to see if the like silvery reflection does work well for this. Actually, it might. Gives it like a little bit more of a metallic version of the like safety tape, which is maybe a little bit more interesting than just kind of like the actual like reflective tape, which is just a totally different beast. That layer there. And I might actually do an extra layer on top where I use a like color dodge, just to kind of like punch that up, you know. Same thing with the mouse. Pop, pop. Color dodge, please, or glow dodge. That's it. Not your everyday trim. Okay, that works, I think. It's kind of ridiculous, but it might work. We'll see. I am enjoying it. It is a little chromy, yeah. Might be. Don't want it to be too chromy. But that like metallicness of it, I think, kind of pulls it a little more into the MouseHunt universe. A little bit. We do like putting metal accents on a lot of stuff, you know. I'll go with this for now. We can change it if it isn't working, though. Good, good. Alright. I need water. I'm very thirsty again. So I'm going to go on an ultra short break. I'll be like literally 30 seconds at most. And we're back. Hydration. Alright. So, I think now I want to get, well, there's the whistle, and then I want to get like the shadows and highlights blocked in on Deborah and the mouse. And we're nearly at 4 o'clock, so I think once I've gotten those details put in, maybe adjusting some values so we have a better kind of grayscale structure, then I'll probably call it at that point, because I think I'll have kind of gotten enough progression on it. But I'm not gonna like finish the image today, but I'll be pretty happy with the progress we made on this. So it's not bad, not bad. This is the old sketch, not ultra old, but I forget what we even adjusted. It was probably the safety vest stuff. Okay, so whistles. Might as well just put that on a topmost layer. So it's going to need to go above the vests. And we'll just use a silver color, and we can also do the glasses with that. Should be handy. Having the string kind of swinging out makes it even more of an urgent whistling. Good. Okay, got those. Good enough. All right, I'm gonna do just some really rough, quick shading on Deborah. So, do we want Deborah to be kind of like a darker value than the mouse? I think maybe, because we could get some nice, like, interesting texture on her if we kind of have like deeper, darker scales. So I think I'll go with that. The mouse foot is very mushy. It needs to be cleaned up. Yeah, for now, let's just kind of block in. Actually, I could just use a linear layer, or a luminosity or brightness layer. That way, if I decide to change Deborah's colors, it should work pretty well. bring her down a bit. In which case, can I just do a multiply? Let's not do it that way. Let's go back to brightness. Bring that up, and we'll do this. So I want to go a little bit lighter. Okay, so the robes can be kind of like the deepest value. Deborah will be kind of our mid-tone range. So maybe like here. And then the mouse will be kind of like the lightest. I think that'll work. Well, aside from the crazy accents of the safety vest being the lightest. Alright, let's just go with this. So bringing up that idea I shared earlier about having kind of like surfaces with highlights and shadows, like have kind of like a hard edge to that, and then it kind of blending on the other side of it. So it just kind of creates for a more interesting kind of edge. If it's not all like hard edge stuff and not all soft, but a nice kind of mixture of the two. Give her kind of like smiling eyes. Even though I don't think lizards have eyelids, you know? Maybe that's not all amphibians, but pretty sure snakes don't, and I think they got some similar things going on. I could be mistaken. Do they? Oh, they have the horizontal kind of, not eyelids, like full-on eyelids, but that kind of like cats have it, whatever that's called. I think, yeah, they may have that. That might be it. Forget what that is. I think it's especially useful for some of the reptiles that like to go underwater. Pika on my lap. Always gotta have a cat on my lap, apparently. Okay, I think I'll lighten up the mouse. Do that for now. I just want the values to be different enough that they're more distinct. That vest is kind of intense. I might need to kind of like pull some of it back. Maybe the reflective portions need to just be toned down a little bit. It's a bit much, but I'll keep it going as long as I can, and then kind of make a decision around how to kind of like land that to make it work well. But yeah, let's see how this looks in color. We got very like chocolate, like milk chocolate kind of coloration. I think I want to give it a little more kind of earthy green and texture. So let's try a hue layer. Let's see what this does if I take my triangle brush. It's not quite. Did I make a brush to do color spatter? Oh yeah, color blast brush. That might be it. So I think I want more hue shifting than that. Might be a little too much. Use bigger blotches. One of the cool things about this custom brush is I can kind of like paint a direction for it, which is extra useful for the scales. Okay, I do want enough variation here. It's a little more interesting. Do I want to go across the back? Maybe. I think I'll go with. Okay. So that looks bad and weird. Let's see, what does it look like with the color layer? Same thing. Okay. So if I drop that down to be barely perceptible, suddenly we have a little more something going on here. And again, like, this is just kind of like the initial pass. When I go over it again, I'll probably add like yellows and stuff to kind of like the like certain parts where the scales are a little more kind of exposed. I think I want to yellow it up a bit, stuff like that, around the eyes, around the mouth, maybe kind of like the underbelly as well will be kind of like a different color grade, and I think that'll give it a little something. Let's see what happens if I try this. It's way too much. Vertical sides. That might be a better version of the brush. Okay, vertical size, go back to being a bit bigger. kind of like you've been hanging out at like a shoot, what am I thinking of? Like a roller rink. Got like a bunch of lights just kind of blasting you. Okay, and then see. Definitely not that. Okay, and then if I just do a kind of bit of a blur on this, too much. Actually, I kind of like that in some areas, but not everywhere. So it's kind of ish. Not exactly what I want, but to start. I think ultimately I need more kind of like highlight and shadow texture to kind of bring it to where I want it exactly. And I should be trying to kind of do more like just general big kind of rough pass as opposed to trying to detail anything too specifically. Get it blocked in before I kind of go too crazy with it. Bring the sketch up a bit brighter, make it a bit more obvious, because I kind of had some ideas worked out about like wrinkles and stuff on here, but I don't need to worry about that on this pass yet. Alright, well, I think we're getting to that point where I'm kind of content with the progress we've made, and my steam is kind of stream steam kind of running low. I don't want to just kind of like grind it to a halt and just kind of make like bad progress that is uninteresting and need to change because I'm just kind of like been staring at it too long kind of thing. Alright. So I might wrap up. There's like a lot of interesting detail to go on this piece. Unfortunately, I don't think I'll be finishing it on another stream. I will be doing this the start of next week, I would imagine. But that does mean that the next stream we'll probably be working on another character together. I imagine that will be the case. That'll be fun. So there are so many, and they're going to be awesome. Very different from this, I imagine, but a little more revealing, perhaps, as to what's in store. This will be a fun like piece to kind of like figure out all the rendering on. It's gonna be lots of interesting detail for me. But yeah, as I stated, I don't think I have kind of like the energy to kind of go too much more in depth with this, and I don't want to kind of like work against myself there by overdoing it. So we kind of have a general idea of the direction. Yeah, probably change that. I don't know if I like that kind of green. A little more back to the brown. I think that's not that bad actually. Maybe we'll like get some green in some parts, but like we could use all kinds of colors, like more blues and purples even. That might look nice. Alright, so I'm going to give that a save. And I'm going to pull up the time-lapse. And we'll just kind of wrap up, I think. Yeah, it's an interesting one. Nice to kind of like start a mouse from scratch, work out the idea with you all. Always fun and interesting to kind of like have you along for the ride and give input. I hope you've all enjoyed the stream. Let me grab the Larry link again in case anybody didn't get that. I'm posting that in the chat right now. Yeah, so we kind of explored some different poses and stuff. Ultimately, I really liked the interaction of the monitor lizard kind of coming out from behind the character, and really kind of pushing more of that like, hey you, stop, kind of design in the mouse and action. I'm gonna tweak the tabard a little bit. But ultimately that might depend on kind of like where the rest of the color scheme goes to kind of like bring it into a comfortable level. But I do like the orange accents and stuff. I think maybe the chromey silver is just maybe a little too intense, But again, like with the rest of it unrendered, it's hard to really know. Um, but it's an interesting piece. Like I haven't even blocked in the values at all, really. So hard to say where it's gonna go. Let's see. All right, there we go. Oh yeah, we had the character with more kind of like a grizzled beard and kind of like a very weird looking lizard. Yeah, I'm glad I moved the limbs. There's a lot more lizard, like kind of just like smoosh that head too. Like that version of it felt like a lot more kind of like old, like cartoon dinosaur with like the top of the T-Rex head and just like the tiny lower jaw or something like that. Yeah, definitely some interesting changes in the direction that I'm glad. I'm glad I streamed this one. Yeah, I'm glad I figured out more about the lizard's noggin. It's much more cute, a little more kind of fun and whimsical. Like changing the pose, I think also is good because it'll kind of bring that sash out more, and I'm gonna kind of play up what's going on with that. Um, might tweak the book. Kind of having it just like pinched at the corner would be good. Um, Pika. You also need your nails clipped, huh? Yeah. You always need your nails clipped. You grow them so fast, and they're just little razors. Oh, those dew claws. Alright. She also really likes just kind of digging them in. She's a baker. She likes to knead bread. Very, very sharp claws. Yeah. You're terrible at letting me trim them, too. What do you think? Interesting? Yeah? Probably need to adjust the bottom of the robes, too. It looks like it's kind of snagged on something almost. Yeah, the bottom of the foot, like the foot is just like a clubbed foot. It's not actually rendered at all. So I'll resolve that. Adding splash of color. Yeah, I think going more yellow and kind of like on the belly and stuff, kind of making it more like softer, lighter scales on the underside would look nice. And then kind of like the more contrasty scales on the top and stuff like that, and more punches of color would be cool for it. All right, well, I might even look at like there's like fun kind of dragon scales and stuff like that that could be an interesting take on that, like giving it a more kind of like magical vibe by kind of making it a little more kind of magical beast. That could be fun. But yeah, all right. Well, that was today. Yeah, it does actually look like they're like sports team kind of, or like it does look like the the jerseys or something, especially on Deborah. She looks like she's ready to kind of like jump in. I'm ready, coach. Uh, so that's interesting. Maybe there's more of a story there. Who knows? All right. Well, hope you enjoyed the stream. I had a good time. It was interesting. Very nice to work on a mouse with you all again. Feel like it's been forever. And we're going to be doing more of that. Probably next week is likely to be Dave, but week after that, I'm sure we'll be working on more mice madness. Mostly. Maybe. Yeah, it should be fun. Okay. Well, thank you all for tuning in. I had a blast. I hope you did too. And I'm gonna head out, but until then, take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and I'll catch you later. Alright. Bye. Bye-bye. Okay, I gotta stop doing that one. Farewell. Okay.